What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. Oh, today, day Tupac Shakur for Lil Durk.
This action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Absolutely. You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, Malcolm, my last name.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Greenwich. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenwich.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in fact, we had to get a compelling order to get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
So you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
Also fair to say you guys work personally together.
We did.
Can you tell us?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th.
What's up, RD?
Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
In the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at that time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive separately?
He did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Two more of my childhood friends, Jafel Fula and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor?
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go get with him.
Now, there's a video, which I'm sure you're familiar with, of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
So, and then did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes.
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
We do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was there? Were you aware of there being more than 2 cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind it.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a 2-door or 4-door?
It was a 4-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American?
From my vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
I forgot how many cars you say you
What's
used
your
back.
reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Raphael Fula, and Katari Cox.
So 2 of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander. What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And
My bad.
yeah,
I had to turn down.
that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them. Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
We were.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. And when I turned around, it was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Las Vegas.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how was it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of the line from a police officer, and on the ground. How long are you in that situation? Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene? And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
And do you,
We recorded.
it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac.
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car.
Silhouettes.
I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can drag it to the people you recognize and tell us who they are.
That's me. That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox is one of the other artists who was part of your.
Correct.
Of course. One thing that that's come up, you've obviously, in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with the situation at death row. Have you heard that? And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation?
I shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sept.
Mr. Greenwich, thank you for being here today. Just with regards to the last thing that Steve had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involved Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label, the business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you.
Snoop Dogg, the Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
He
Yes,
owns
I'm not
the label.
sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, maybe you left in the Lexus.
No.
Well,
We
how
left
did
on foot.
you left on foot? Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way.
And
to
where-
meet with Mr. Shakur
Okay, and where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay, and did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
They were Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Okay. And when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right, so you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 662 is?
I do not.
So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms. Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind them.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But what did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 662, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what the reason was for that?
I don't.
But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community.
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. And when, but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white, was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
And would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
No, just one moment.
Of course.
Yeah, Your Honor.
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you you're done. Okay. Does that help your refresh your recollection as what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac. But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
Yeah. In addition to that, when you observe the driving conduct of Suge in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stop because he stops. And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point,
It's just because Keffe D kept running his mouth, and that's all it was. And then they eventually arrested him. And, you know, it's like, yeah, let's finally go ahead and get him. But they got enough evidence, and they were like, let's go ahead and close this case. Because, you know, Tupac trial, well, not trial, but the case was still open.
he warns you vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at.
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Suge's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and
Thank
then
you.
redirect Mr. Palal.
Nothing for the state.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun on that. And the parties approach.
Yes, I mean, this trial, Keffe D just kept running his mouth doing interviews. And I guess they were probably looking at it as Keffe D is continuing to profit off of this Tupac stuff. Let's go ahead and lock his ass up, get him out of there. And then, you know, it's going to take a while for them to gather all of this, the evidence and everything that they have.
I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
No.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing for the state.
Defense?
Just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenidge. Steve, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
They running through these witnesses, ain't they? After this second witness, if it goes as quick as this did, this is about 20 minutes. We'll go over to the Durk trial and see what updates we have from over there. So we'll be jumping back and forth between them. This will actually be day 2 of the actual trial, but day 4 in total because they had the 2 last week for jury selection. But that one seems like it's about to get interesting. We're about to get a lot of information on that.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, JEFFREYSCOTT.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant,
What shift were you working?
swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
You've since looked at, well, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are correct?
Yes.
We're going to approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. Judgment.
Thank you. First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search.
Mr. Judgment, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, I'm sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize
That
that
clerk was
one.
very confused.
Most of these are clear. All of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yeah.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looks like.
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Sept?
No, you're not.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95, do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
It's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
Okay. And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 95, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either crime scene analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107.
That's correct.
Those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger,
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that
Yes, they are.
vehicle? Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes. This is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional gauge,
cutting.
and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes.
If you open this, you'd expect to find those 3 pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's marked as 138A. Are those 3 pieces of paper?
Yes.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger garage. Let's start with 155. You tell me what we're looking at here.
That's a photograph from the right rear section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger. Sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger, and that's parked in the garage area of the residence on.
What's going on, Danny?
Yes, it is.
156. That's the location of those 3 pieces of paper you collected.
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here. Is that the front page?
Yes, it is.
Without going too much into it, this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
158. Oops. Well, generally speaking, page 2 is a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes. Page 2 and 3 were looks like a budget for the series.
And that's going to lead me just to 159. Appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
That's correct.
Jeez.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by you, Mr. Sept.
Thank you.
All right, so we're running through these witnesses kind of fast.
For the order, what's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what you saw in that first piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury, so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant, is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct your, an investigation or at least a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call, how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day.
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understood that what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value?
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mark.
Yes. Yes.
Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mark?
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right. Now, with regards to what you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant.
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
Did not.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular search.
Yes.
That would have been Detective Watt.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to document what the detectives found in their search.
Okay, and in your training and experience, do you have a now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared the residence, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed the search warrant and they searched, and then I did follow-up photographs based on what they found.
You did follow-up photographs?
Yeah.
Now, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take at the beginning is each room as you find it.
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well.
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
There were 3 members from Graveyard. It was King, Fellabom, and she was Finn at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit. Thank you for the State's Exhibit number 100. I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right. And then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing.
Look like the same
Outside
thing.
of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper. And that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay.
They running through them today. So yeah, we'll take a break because they're just running through. I guess they're just gathering. This is the evidence from Keffe D's house about the scripts that he was going to do, basically showing that he was profiting off of the Tupac story. The state is obviously using this to show, yeah, see, he was telling the truth. That's why he had all of this, and that's why he was, trying to get him a financial gain out of it. So we'll see what these last questions are.
All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Mr. DeJacque, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Sept, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go. State who's your next witness.
Steve, you fell along. Steve. Steve.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, Steavie. Last name is Felabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst for Hillsborough PD.
We just heard from Jeff Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also?
All right, so we can go over to the little Durk trial real quick, see what they got going on over there. Durk. So we got the little Durk trial. It's going on at the same time. Let me see something. We got a couple of people. We get caught up on what happened yesterday. Again, we aren't able to see in here because it is a federal trial, but there are people that are going in and coming out on breaks that will be giving us updates. Let me see who's in here. We'll go to Cousin Tino, see what he has to say about it. I think he did a video for it this morning. Day 4, little Durk trial, little OTF Jam is supposed to be testifying that he is one of the shooters, but he also is a gentleman that has told multiple times, and it looks like he's supposed to be telling on multiple bodies. So we'll let Cousin Tino say what he hears.
In his prime, basically. What's up, world? Man, it's Cousin Tino here. It's day 4 of the Little Durk trial. Man, today is going to be a very big day because they got OTF Jam coming to take the stand. OTF Jam was like one of the main perpetrators in this situation, man. He copped out the car with the red Jordans on, shooting like Jordan in his prime, basically, with the gun. I ain't going to flex, man. He ran down that alleyway, bent that corner, looked like he was about to catch a... Let me stop. But hey, today is a big day. OTF Jam is taking a stand. He's about to try to spin the narrative. And we found out yesterday that he met with the federal agents over 30 times, and only 3 times it was like documented and really recorded. So them other 27 times, we don't know what he said. So today we might try to find out what he was said on them other 27 times. It's gonna be a big day. Let's see what happens. Cousin Tino, I'm gonna try to keep y'all updated. We out here.
It's Cousin Tino. Shout out to him, giving us some good information. We got You Got Mail. She has the channel on YouTube that is I'm Not a Lawyer, but y'all know that I always say I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor. But we've been doing that for years. Let me see if she has anything in here. We'll just go over what happened at the end of yesterday because I did get off of here. But yesterday she finished up by saying, "Yesterday I got car 6 in a tweet. Blah blah blah. The fifth witness of the day seems to be a lead detective. The court officers let us in really late, so nobody got his name or title. He walked the jurors through with how he identified the defendants. Video surveillance from around the shooting led him to identifying a white BMW and a white Infiniti. Now these are the two vehicles that were following around the Escalade prior to the shooting." Leading up to the shooting, the Infiniti was the one that had a fake plate, and it was on the side of the gas station where they got out and did the shooting. The white BMW was eventually traced back to VMI Exotic Rentals. The owner of the VMI, or VEM, VEM had no rental records and was reluctant to show video surveillance. Police get search warrants for the VEM surveillance system. The detective noted that there was a picture on the wall of the owner with Durk. Surveillance video shows the BMW being returned on the 20th. Now, mind you, they went out there on the 18th. They stayed outside the hotel, and on the 19th it happened, and on the 20th is when they turned the vehicle back in. The BMW also had a GPS tracker on, which she's about to go into down here, but the GPS tracker shows that when they got the warrant, it actually went back to the same place that Lil Durk was staying at. The VEM owner tells detectives he has a GPS on all the vehicles. Detectives get the GPS log and see where the BMW was 2 blocks away from the shooting when it happened. They are also able to see the BMW went to In and Out 30 to 35 minutes after the shooting. Now, what happened with this was, oh, well, she got all of it here. So it shows 3 people getting out and talking to people in the black Escalade. This is just the surveillance. From the group of 3 people go inside the In and Out to order food. One of the 3 has a pair of pants that says "Rags to Riches." Detectives Google the clothing line and sees there's only one. They're only sold in one store in Chicago. Well, they're only sold in Chicago in one city at 2 boutiques. The police called up there. Chicago Police Department looks at all the pictures and identifies DeAndre Wilson, aka Dee. They give the LAPD DD's Instagram. LAPD searches the photos and determine Jam looks similar to the surveillance. So the police, they went to the surveillance camera of them at the restaurant after the shooting, called up to Chicago, said this is the only place, there's only 2 places. They go up to Chicago. Chicago PD goes in there and asks them, "Hey man, who's bought these?" They go through the logs, they find out that it was Dee and them, and then they see Dee's Instagram and they see that OTF Jam, who's supposed to testify today and tell about all the murders that he committed, along with this one. They say he fits the description. Now, mind you, the 3 people that went into the In and Out burger, they didn't change their clothes. Well, they did change their clothes, but it was just their t-shirts. So these fools did a murder. All they did was change their shirt, but they still had the same pants on and the same shoes. And when they show you the footage of the surveillance of the In and Out where they got the burgers, they mashed it up. Like, wait a minute, that's these fools right here. Not to mention they followed the vehicles. Detective sent the search warrant to Delta Airlines, United, Southwest, and Spirit, requested any flights to LA with Dee's name and date of birth. He gets hit with United. United says he didn't fly into LA. He flew into San Diego on August 18th. He flew with 2 other people, Keith Jones and David Brian Lindsay. And when Dee left, he left with Jones, Lindsay, Asa Houston, and Jam. Detectives get to the airport and get the surveillance of them arriving in comparison to the surveillance from the shooting. Jam is the one who had a very distinct black pants with rips and the words "Rags to Riches" on them. And he had on red shoes. His outfit off the plane and during the shooting. Now remember, they're walking around with the same clothes on because they flew out there with nothing, no luggage, just a flight from Chicago to San Diego, and then they ride up from San Diego to LA. I guess they were thinking if we go down here, they won't be able to. Dude, first of all, you're getting on a plane. They're gonna check all IDs. You're not going through that without you just walking through, and then you already look suspicious. You ain't got nothing on. But these fools had the same clothes on for 2 days. This is how thirsty they were. So Jam had on the rags to riches. He had on red shoes, his outfit off the plane, and during the shooting. So the shooting was on the 19th. They flew in on the 18th. So for 2 days, and then on the 20th is when they took the thing. The detective do a side by side and are also able to identify David Lindsay and Keith Jones from the in and out and the airport surveillance. The three of them are identified as the shooters, according to the government. With GPS data from the BMW, detectives give video surveillance from all of the locations the car traveled. And what they find is everywhere the BMW traveled, the white Infiniti was close behind. And they were both right after the black Escalade Rondo and Robinson were in. According to the government, after the defendants arrived in San Diego, they went to the Level Hotel where Rondo was supposed to be staying around 9:06 p.m. and began circling. Rondo, Robinson, plus one more person didn't arrive until 11:44 p.m. and go upstairs. The white BMW is seen in the video circling the parking lot until 1:06 a.m. The white Infiniti arrives at 12:28. Now, someone had to give them this information of what hotel they were going to be staying at. Now, that's also someone that's going to be in here testifying that they have. We'll just have to see where that comes from. After circling, the BMW goes to the house Durk is staying at. Durk had been renting this house since July 1st and had a rental agreement until October 1st. So this is the house that he was renting out, and this is where they were driving to. So not only did they not change their clothes for 2 days, they were driving the rented BMW that was stalking somebody that led to a murder. They were driving back and forth to the house that little Durk was at. The next morning, the BMW leaves Lil Durk's house at 8:30 and arrives at Rondo's hotel at 9:20. Video screenshots of the BMW and Infiniti follow until the shooting around 5:30 p.m. So they've been following him for almost a whole workday, 9 to 5. They got there at 9 and the shooting started at 5:30. So they did a whole 9 to 5 literally. Also, a receipt showing 4 ski masks being purchased from REI was shown. They were purchased on August 18th. Remember, they went to San Diego and then they drove up to LA. On day 2, we'll pick back up on a detective back on the stand with the rest of the direct examination. Then they would get across. So that's what happened at the end of yesterday. We're waiting for the first break today. To be able to hear what actually happened with let me see if there's any update on it. So we can see what else happened with the detective. And it's kind of wild when you think about it. They do some stupid, ignorant. Let's see what else we got. It's cousin Tino, Michelle. Let's see what Michael Blackshear is saying. Casey Hester, OTF Gem, is expected to testify today. The detective will finish his testimony this morning. All right, yeah. So that's where we're at right now. We're just waiting on any updates. Once we get that update, like I said, we'll be jumping back and forth. Right now, the detectives over in the Keffe D case, all they're really doing is going over. They're just going over the evidence that they found at his house at that crime scene. So that's the update as of right now. I don't think there's anything else that we missed. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so we'll get back over here and we'll see what we got going on. We'll just keep jumping back and forth. Are y'all okay with that? Is that smooth? Like right now, this is just a senior crime scene lady. Y'all all right with just switching back and forth? I know it's a little rough, especially because, we don't get to see it, but I mean, we made it happen with the Diddy trial.
reviewed all of them.
Course is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make sure that that piece of evidence is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that. Correct. So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different DNA considerations depending
So
on.
when you're telling us that you went back to make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie,
Yes,
you took that to the evidence vault.
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the?
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now, at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Okay. Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 199. Sorry. Showing you what's been marked and admitted already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes,
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of. Yes. Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach your honor.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. Just pointing them right.
I told Mr. Kemp I'd stipulate the initial F through U.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted on it this time?
You might want to still review them.
Okay.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay,
from inside the residence, but they're consistent
all right.
with the residence.
And just with regard to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, Sean, you just for a couple photographs here, this would be Defense Exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
I think so, yes.
He flipped everything in that house. That bed all over them.
Defense Exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L,
Yes.
Defense Exhibit M.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Fellabaum, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today. Say, who's your next witness?
Justine Gaddis.
All right. Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Duane.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
Can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically we kind of rotate all throughout the entire bay of detectives for who gets the next call in the order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he was.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Flip Moss? At some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up State Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
at Metro headquarters, those bins were searched,
Yes,
certain items were removed,
yes,
and then those bins were returned.
correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially return the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
And sometime after August 12th of 23, in September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Samph, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Megan?
Yes.
Was Cliff Mogg there too?
Yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yep, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. Is that the original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through all these. This one I'm going to do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package. It's a proposed package. One should look through there. For 134A, B, C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit. I guess I should do 134 and A through D so we have the package to keep them in.
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
W 134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected, but I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there any cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back. Perfect. Something to keep it in. $133, I think, was technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there.
Yes, sir.
133A, E, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit, though, 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
Photo book, yeah.
photo book, 137,
Yes,
and then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137A through, I think the last one is U. If you want to briefly flip through those.
So right now they're just gathering up evidence a little bit slower. At least it isn't just the audio recordings from 2006.
It is not.
We did go
You acknowledge this was
and
it.
looked at what
Yes,
the
sir.
Move to admit 136.
what the detective said at the end of yesterday's trial for Durk.
All of
Waiting on the
those were
first
within
update
this
today. It
small
is
scrapbook, for lack of a better term.
7:30, so they should be taking a break in
So I want
about
to go
30
through
minutes.
some of these items, and if you put it on the overhead. Ooh, that's bad. All right. This item 136.
Yes, Mike.
Well, actually, I think we should put them here because otherwise it's just going to slide. 136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit and a search warrant.
Correct.
From the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
You know, they do pour coffee all
On
over
the
this.
back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and now I just messed up their entire order. So I think this doesn't matter which order. Let me just show some of the newspaper articles. So State's Exhibit number 137H.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H. Did we?
I don't have that listed as just
Didn't I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
you listed it, but you didn't
Yes.
ask for it to be admitted.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. By stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
One 137G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137U. Is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
137 appears to be in a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
One 137B, an article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
One 137C, an article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th of 1996.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that.
All right, they're not really talking about nothing. We'll switch over real quick. We do got the first break from the little Durk case. So we will get the next update right now. Let me see. All right, Durk day 2, quick highlights from the break. Former lead detective is still on the stand, the government direct. The 911 call was made at 5:25. Defendants were at the In-N-Out shop restaurant at 6:09 p.m. We also saw the TMZ video, TMZ video footage after the shooting. Cross has started and is handling it for Lil Durk is Brian Steele. So they already got the cross going on over there. They are saying, so the 911 call happened at 5:25. By that time, 25, 30 minutes, roughly 40 minutes, they were at the In-N-Out, which is what we were talking about, where they were wearing the same clothes from the day they got off the plane. You know what I mean? All they did was change their shirt with the same pants, same shoes. So within 40 minutes, these dudes committed a murder, drove to an In-N-Out, ordered burgers, and were joking around. We also know that after this, they did drive the vehicle to Lil Durk's house. Well, they were driving it to and from, and then I think one of them got flown back home that same day. Oh, let me see. They still talking about who snitched. Yeah, well, we'll see. I think that's the only update we have at the moment. Unless India showing back up 3 minutes ago. We don't give a damn about that. So I guess after this detective gets off the stand, OTF Jam should be testifying. That's the one we want to hear from. He's the one that's supposed to be the main shooter. He also was they have evidence that said that they set him down one time and was like, hey man, you've been doing too much shooting. All right, so Michael Blackshire, he has some information. The TMZ video of Quando Rondo screaming no, while the sheriffs pulled out Lil Pop out of the Cadillac, was shown in court. Video surveillance was shown today of the drive-by shooting from 4 different security angles. Now, we didn't have all these angles. We only seen one. All right, so that's what we got right now. Now, that was the first break. They're going to go back in there, going to pick back up. The cross-examination is happening on this lead detective. We'll see where that goes. And then whenever we get any updates, I'll just stop that. Because right now we're just going through like forensics and evidence that they found at the raid of Keffe D's house. So it's not really anything that's actually dealing with the actual murder. It's a little bit slow. But we'll just be jumping back and forth whenever we do get the updates for Lil Durk's trial. Again, I don't know if anybody's in the actual chat, but if y'all cool with that, let me know, or if y'all want to do it a different way. But right now we got like 20 minutes in between, 20, 30 minutes in between each update when they take their break. So this is how I'm going to do it for as of right now. What up, Eric? So we'll just be jumping back and forth. I'm watching it on Twitter over here. So anything that pops up, I'll jump over here and give us that. But again, we're waiting today. We're waiting to hear about OTF Jam. Now, hopefully they started before lunch. We want to hear what this gentleman is telling about. Let me see if Michelle's in there yet. So this is what we were just going over on the Tupac. He was Keffe D is keeping memorabilia over Tupac's death. But let me get focused real quick and see, and then we'll jump back over there. All right, here we go. Taylor Praise is in there. All right. Court began at 8:30 today with the continuation. So they started a little early. Continuation testimony by the detective for the prosecution. Court is on a brief recess. Brian Steele for the defense is currently in the middle of a cross with the detective. Here are some details Steele is focusing on in his cross-examination. Energy in the room changed when Steele began cross. In their opening statements Monday, the defense highlighted many interviews with cooperators were not recorded. Steele is focused on this today. He points out Hester, who is expected to testify for prosecution today, was interviewed 30 times. Only 3 were recorded. The detective was present 5 times with Keith Jones. Only 1 was recorded. The detective was present in 10 interviews with Grant. Grant was never recorded. The detective testified he believed this is due to the U.S. attorney procedure. Brian Steele asked the detective if the best, most accurate way to give interviews is through audio recordings. The detective said yes. The detective testified his records in his own interviews. No, the detective, geez Louise. Hold on. There we go. Let me see. Brian Steele asked if his best and most accurate way to get interviews is through audio recording. The detective said yes. He testified his records he records in his own interviews. Steele asked if this was because the detective knew this was the best way. The detective said yes. All right, so that's good. You can kind of discredit it. We don't know what was said in there. Brian Steele also asked if it was possible that there was motivation to put innocent people away because of cooperators, such as Grant and Hester, knew they faced life in prison. The detective said it's possible. People in the gallery are saying, and nodding their head. All right, so they in there, they could just be putting them away because they just got life sentences. Okay. Hey, order in the court. Another major idea Steele focused on was the Amex records, which showed Jason Smith's purchasing flights at Durk's direction to San Diego for OTF members. The prosecution previously pointed to the text from Durk to Smith as proof. Don't book no flights under no name involved with me. The detective testified that through the overall evidence in the time flights were booked versus the time the text was sent, Durk knew about the flights. The detective testified flights were already booked when Durk sent the message, instructed not to book flights, so nothing could be done. Brian Steele points out the fact that the flights were then purchased the next day under the names for return flights. What she put lights, return flights. He asks why this would be if Jason Smith does, in fact, report the Durk. All right, okay. We got a little something. Got a little something, but so he's focusing on it. And of course, you know, I'm not biased. I'm gonna tell it like it is. If the defense is doing their thing, they're doing their thing. So the detective testified that Durk did know about the flights. The flights were already booked when Lil Durk sent the message. So you could arise some doubt from that. Like, hey, man, well, Lil Durk didn't know nothing about that. You know, the flights were already booked. Or if you're looking at it from the prosecution, when they recross, they're gonna be like, well, from our standpoint, is he was supposed to send that out, but they didn't already book the flights. You know, we'll see how they spin that. That's the only thing about when you're on trial. You know, when they recross, They get the last question. Still points to the fact that the flights were purchased the next day under the same names for return flights. He asks why this would be if Jason Smith does in fact report to Durk. But what do they mean though? Detective testified the flights were already booked when Durk sent the message instructing them not to book flights so nothing could be done. Brian still points out to the fact that they were purchased the next day under the same names for return flights. He asks why this would be if Jason Smith does in fact report to Durk. I don't know. That's a good question. So it looks like the flights were booked, but then they booked the return flights the next day. So they went on a round trip. They didn't get round trips. You know what I mean? You get a one way. Well, because they flew into San Diego and then they went up to LA. But think about it. If you getting flown out to go commit a crime, your boys get flown out on United. One of your boys gets Southwest, and then they put you on the Spirit airline. Now, there's no more Spirit airline, but could you imagine being the person that got flown out on Spirit Airlines? I'm not even going to be comfortable enough to go do no crimes. You know, I was on Spirit in no leg room. People were scrapping and fighting, and they get flown out on United and Southwest. At least Southwest is decent. You know what I mean? You put me on Spirit to go commit a murder? Damn you. Whoever booked these, Jason Smith. Let me see. Yeah, like if you put me on Spirit Airlines and this brother's getting United and this brother's getting Southwest, you can't put me on Southwest too? I know they said Dirk spent $150,000 on that Amex card, 6,700. I know it's his credit card. You know, well, it's the OTF credit card. It's not his personal credit card. And there's 4 people that are listed on it that are able to use it. But they got 6,700 in the Miri store on there. You know, 30 something hundred, $3,000 or something. You know what I mean? Y'all put me on Spirit Airlines. Y'all got me on the 49.99 flight from Chicago to San Diego. That's fucked up. That's messed all the way up. Oh, let me see. I'm trying not to get any. I mean, we'll read over like the tweets when we got some downtime, but I'm trying not to get nothing from just random folk. You know, it's not like if I tweet something, like you shouldn't be taking my information and using it. You know, we're just trying to get some of the facts, and we'll piece it together as it goes. But as of right now, I think that's it. Let me check. I'm not a lawyer, but you've got mail. I know she went in for the first break. No, she ain't got nothing. I don't think she has anything else. Now, mind you, it's only really day 2 of them actually being in the courtroom. But watch all the information we get. Once this next break goes down or lunch, it's gonna be everybody saying, "Oh man, he took a major W." Like, dude, it's day 2, man. There are no W's this early. There are no W's this early. Durk docket. Let me see if they got anything. If not, we'll go back to the Keffe D trial. Share some of the songs you're listening to. We don't care. All right, yeah, that's all we got at the moment. So that's the first break. And then over at um well, I think the yellow beezy trial, I don't know if I think they just started theirs. I'm not sure if they started the jury selection process. I have to check. I can matter of fact, I can check it real quick because all they're doing is going over um Keffe D having some information. Let me see. Okay, yeah. See, after they do jury selection, I'll look at it because I mean, other than that, there's really there's nothing we can do during jury selection. I really don't care what the jurors are talking about. Oh man, I listen to rap. I'm a fan of them. All right, we'll go back over there.
We need a comment.
Correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with um, our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes.
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No.
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
Yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Evans?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. This primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right, and so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
And it's one of those things
All right,
where
Matt.
just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're doing as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer.
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Los Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written?
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant. Correct. Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to you departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, you know, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times, like there'll be either one of the guys from cold case that will kind of pick up a case
Right.
and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, you know, finish up this officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation, who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes.
Yeah.
It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the district attorney's office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the district attorney's office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is to find the facts
And present it to them,
and
yes.
present it to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say, those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator? No,
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no,
correct. Not in my experience.
and not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the
Okay.
most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant,
Yes, he was.
and he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well,
Yes, sir.
other detectives as well,
Yes, sir.
as well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes,
And they're all looking for information.
correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that was taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, if I could have
Show my version.
I have it. I'm part of this. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah, and for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I, up to this point, have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regard to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yah.
Now, with regards to Yusef, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were not.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusef, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusef about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California.
No, I did not.
Or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, we did not.
Okay. And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusef to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusef, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusef, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusef?
With several people, yes.
What up, y'all?
But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point?
Yes.
But not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
Correct. He was.
Anything exciting happen?
Investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No, primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with glasses, myself, and my investigator, as well as Mr. Giacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Yeah. Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case and that submission of that report ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
To my understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him credit for that, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as we sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes,
He's actually in custody.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. You know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Monk would know of.
Yes.
How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I
Big
don't know who
Meech.
that is.
Once again,
I have not issued a yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer that Detective Mogg would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone.
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry. 137. You remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it.
That's correct.
And something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to, but let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return or
Yes,
search warrant return. Okay.
that's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody will do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items. So I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mogg's job, not your job.
Clifford Mobb.
Yes,
Because at the time he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
correct.
Now there's, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers.
Mm-mm.
Another laptop computer, HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Skype device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residence, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And
He wouldn't
those
know
were
about all them damn
your
electronic.
Search of
Where they at?
Mr. Davis's residence when you went there.
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes.
Mm.
Mrs. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you. I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samp. Mr. Jackman, redraft.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this. Do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Mogg, Detective Mogg, remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retires.
Yes, yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not? Usually the report is done when all the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Sept also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, it's the opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that was.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg.
Oh, they just talking about how they gathered up evidence.
Her experience, is there anything inappropriate about it?
Let's get into the meat and potatoes. What's on this evidence?
How her experience is relevant.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overall.
I would say Detective Mogg would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sept?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we walked through this door, so with regard to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Can you approach?
Windows plus arm. Look at Keffe D, man. It's something about looking at this dude, man. It just makes you look at him like, man, what the hell you got going on?
All right, it's overruled. You may ask your question.
And I just forgot the question, so let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job?
Yes.
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case?
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report?
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I know. I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
And you say he was the best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case?
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the homicide division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me, that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report? that
Well,
you don't know
objection.
about.
She just answered she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this
Sustain.
question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a
And
cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, they do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so in terms of the way you're describing it now, are you saying that Detective Mogg was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mogg situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So are you aware of an retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he at some point worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogg did in this case, that after he retired, he became a investigator just like Dean O'Kelly on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officers report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would you put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
No. We
Seeing
all
no
did.
hands, thank you, Detective Gaddis. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury.
What? That's the stopping point.
Of any person connected with this case. Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury.
11:40. Nice. We got about 12 minutes. We'll go see what else is going on. $11:40. You know, the whole argument going on over on Twitter is still if Durk is a snitch or not. Now,
Nah.
now this is my thing. If as far as what Lil Durk has going on, I understand, you know, your defense has to protect you, but everything your lawyers do are things that you signed off for. But I always look at it like this. They say, how can you snitch on somebody that's already telling? Gunna went in there and told the courts, yes, ma'am, I know about crimes. Yes, ma'am, YSL is a gang. Now, if Gunna went in there and said all of that, and then Young Thug turned around and went and said, Gunna started YSL, just because Gunna told, don't mean you can tell on them and not get away with that. Anytime you tell on somebody and you're a criminal and they're doing criminal shit, you tell it. It's really that simple. I don't know where all of this extra stuff comes from. It's not in the paper. I heard your lawyer say it. But anyway, um, let me see. All right, so they still haven't came back from the first break. There was I think that do not do. I think he made a comment.
Still just set the court on fire and turned this case all the way around.
Mind you, guys, it's only day 2. No one's turned the court around. No one's set nothing on fire. No one's dropped any bombshells. It's just day 2. We don't have all the evidence. We haven't heard from none of the actual shooters or anything like that. So, everyone's going for clickbait and things of that nature. I don't know how to do it. I don't even want to. But let's hear what he got to say.
Yo, Brian Steele just set the court on fire and turned this case all the way around. Do you hear me? Brian Steele's pulled up documentation from Astronaut Sound LLC that was not signed by Lil Durk, but it was a company that Vonnie and Jason Smith, his former manager, organized. Brian Steele also pulled up communication from Lil Durk sent to Jason Smith telling him to fall back on whatever plan that they had for Quando Rondo. This is not Lil Durk's fault. The only thing that 6ix9ine and Lil Durk have in common is that there are some hoods that decided to take advantage of a wealthy artist and run their own organization and empire behind his back. Jason Smith and Vonnie knowingly, willfully, and intentionally use financial ties to Lil Durk to carry out their own plans, despite the fact that there's timestamp evidence from August the 18th, 2022, where Lil Durk told them not to do that. They did it anyways, running him over. Now, whether or not Lil Durk is solved for that, that's a whole another conversation to be had at a later date. But y'all, if there's black and white forensic digital evidence showing that Lil Durk did not want Jason Smith and Vonnie to carry out any plan against Quando Rondo, then that right there creates reasonable doubt. Like this video, subscribe to my channel, and make sure you're in my Discord for the latest updates at the Lil Durk trial.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Now, just because he didn't tell him not to commit any crime, he just told him to fall back. Which is good. Again, all you have to do is create doubt in one juror. That's all you need. But again, this is day 2. This isn't turning anything upside down, setting in nothing ablaze. Like, okay, that's one thing there. Now we got to figure out what else they got. Now, of course, that's the defense's job. The lawyers, they working. But again, it's only day 2. Hopefully, that's why I want to hear what the actual shooters got to say and see how they can pick the shooters apart. But at the same time, it's like, man, who are the jurors? You know what I mean? What are they going to believe? And that's what we was even saying with the Diddy trial. It's not on us. We're not in there. All we can do is give our opinions and speculation about it, which there's nothing right or nothing wrong. We can say Durk's going to be free, become a billionaire. Hey, man, if he does it, cool. We can say, man, Durk about to get life. If he does, okay, cool. It's not going to change anything from us. And I'd rather read exactly what came from it instead of listening to, like, if you're gonna report this, I need you to, hey man, report it. I don't need you to be animated unless you joking around and stuff, but shit. Let's see what Taylor and them got to say.
Yo,
But to say they didn't turn the whole trial around, nigga, it's day 2. We don't even know which way the trial is going. Let me see if Taylor is in there. No, she ain't in there yet. Michelle. Damn, Dolly Parton passed. Ain't that something? Yeah, it's looking like ain't nothing really going on yet. Ain't nobody came out. Hey, you know what I mean, though, Eric? Like, I understand. Like, all right, cool. They made it. They made a good point there. Oh, that's a good stance. But flipping the trial on his head on day 2, it's not like they got evidence that there's a text message. Oh, we did it. Durk ain't had nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? Let's see what Morgan Knott has to say, man. This dude right here. This is one lawyer that I'll go with. I'll go at it with this fool, bro. This is the same one that was there doing all that talking for Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez got hit with 10 years.
Up on the witness testimony, we had 4 witnesses complete their testimony. 1 witness is still testifying. OTF Jam will be testifying tomorrow. There was an important evidentiary dispute about some of the texts allegedly between Jam and Durk. We'll get into that. First, let's get into the testimony. The way to understand the testimony is 2 parts. First, they covered all the people who could tell you the uncontested facts about this gruesome murder. The 911 call, the crime scene investigation unit, the coroner, the first officer on the scene, and it all established, the 911 call came in, woman crying, oh my God, there's some shooting. They ran into the alleyway. Don't give my name, click. Then there was the first officer on the scene. A pedestrian flagged them, said, hey, there's a car shot up. There's a guy that looks like he's in the car laying there. The officer went to the car, tried to pull him out. You see Quando in the body cam footage yelling, no. The officers doing their best. They cannot revive the young man. You saw the crime scene investigation unit detective, and he explained the bullet fragments and casings and everything that was picked up at the scene. There was like 16 to 20 shots fired at this Escalade while it was pumping gas at a gas station. And then there was the coroner, and the coroner showed the pictures of the autopsy and the bullet holes inside this young man's body. At that moment, it became absolutely clear that the narratives and all the gossip and drama surrounding this case is really irrelevant. This case is about a cold-blooded murder. This case will be determined by evidence. Then we got into the lead detective, the detective who was in charge of building the case. And when you see his testimony, you understand why there are cooperators, not informants. People didn't inform on what they know about what happened. There are people who were guilty as hell who then admitted their guilt in the hopes of getting a lesser sentence by pinning it on other people. And so you could see their guilt. I mean, this cop, they first they had the surveillance. So the surveillance, they picked up on this guy's pants, and his pants had a very distinctive set of patches and tears in it that spelled out rags to riches. That connected back to a Chicago clothing boutique, only place you could have got that. Once they made the connection to Chicago, they started sharing some of the surveillance and some of the still images of the people that they had caught on camera, which Chicago PD identifies some of these people as OTF affiliates. Apparently, OTF Vani rented a car from an exotic rental company in BW M5. He used that car thoroughly while stalking and being right there at the scene of this murder. That rental car gave them all the information they needed. I mean, it gave them tons and tons of info, GPS coordinates, this and that. How did this all stack up Durk Banks? Well, look, when you follow the detective's testimony, it's unquestionable that the people who have cooperated were in the car, were there, were shooting. You see them on camera. How does it connect to Banks today? As far as they got, the only real connection they could make is that Banks had been staying at a home that they rented for almost $40,000 a month for long before this murder happened. He's been out there for a couple months. He had planned to be there for a while. Then they've got OTF Bonnie's rental car's GPS coordinates showing that he would go to that house back and forth. Now, what was said in that house, did it have anything to do with the murder conspiracy? We haven't gotten there yet. So what they've done, what they've established, uncontested facts about the murder, uncontested that Vonnie and some of these other cooperators did this. You could see it on camera, and uncontested that Vonnie's rental car was at this home occupied by Durk Banks. There was a narrative out there, I heard, that, oh, Durk had flown out to LA at the time of, no, he was already in LA. He was based in LA. He was operating out of LA like many entertainers do, with a rental home and his wife and his kids all staying there with him. So all in all, a good day for Durk. It's not anywhere where he was really hurt. I thought actually the one part the investigator tried to put a line and a thought into the jury's head. He said, oh, as you can see from these videos, you see OTF Vonnie and you see little Durk, and they're at all these jewelry stores, and he's his assistant. You can see he's negotiating jewelry transactions for him. And then Brian Steele's there. He said, objection. That's speculation. Where's he coming from? That he just saw a YouTube video where the guy's in a jewelry store together. How is he negotiating transactions on behalf of little Durk? The objection was sustained. That means that the testimony was not allowed as to that point. Where does that leave us? Well, OTF Jam will be testifying tomorrow. We'll get the rest of the lead investigator's testimony to see if he can build further links to Durk Banks. And ultimately, we're going to get OTF Vonnie's testimony probably Wednesday, maybe Thursday of this week. Stay tuned.
Hopefully we can get it Wednesday. If we can knock out OTF Jam today and Vonnie tomorrow, that'd be good. Because again, Thursday I'm leaving. I'll be in London Thursday to Tuesday, so I won't be covering Thursday, Friday, and then Monday. I'll probably try to cover on Tuesday when I get back. But again, this is all we can go off of, is just everyone coming in and out the court. Universal Soul Goddess said it's crazy how the smallest details can lead to so many clues. Oh yeah,
Little Durk.
it's a lot. It's a lot. Let's see what Trap Lord Ross. I know a lot of people don't like him, but hell, he's in the courtroom. Again, I'm not a juror. None of us are jurors. So it doesn't matter what any of us think or say. Again, like, first of all, if you are a juror, you're not supposed to be looking at no social media anyway. So it don't matter what these people say. But hell, it's all entertainment for us, man. This is just like us watching anything on television. We ain't committing no crimes, so we can say what the hell we want to say. Yeah, what the hell? Why would you wear designer? That's all we see on TV. And not only did he wear designer, he wore a pair of sweatpants that only comes from 2 boutiques in Chicago. And not only that, they didn't change their pants. They flew out there and they wore the same clothes from the 18th to the 20th when they left. Because they stalked for 2 days. They got there on the 18th, drove up to LA from San Diego. They stayed outside the hotel. Then in the morning at 9:20, or yeah, it was like 9:20, they followed them all day to the Babe and Ape store. And then at 5:30 is when the shooting happened. The police call came in at 5:25. So around like 5:20 is when that happened. Then 40 minutes later, they were at In-N-Out with the same clothes on. All they did was change their shirt. These people are idiots. I don't know why this isn't playing. They don't want us to be great today.
Following on from yesterday, I never said that Lil Durk's a snitch, but what I did
say is that he's blaming everything on Vonnie. I'm sticking by that. I know a lot of people are kind of out here basically like doing a little performance, just trying to, you know, come up with the best way that they can ignore the facts and twist the facts to try and defend Durk and, you know, placate the Free Durk crowd. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm just here reporting the facts to you. And look, I don't think that Durk's snitching. I don't think Durk's lawyers are snitching. I don't think it qualifies as snitching. I'm not someone who even cares about snitching. But what I do want to say that was crazy that nobody else is talking about was that when Dee Dee's lawyer had his opportunity to speak in the opening statement, and it was said that basically, you know, anything that the other lawyers say, unless people opt out of it, unless Brian Steele and Drew Findlay opt out of what Dee Dee or Lindsay's lawyer are saying, they all agree with it. So in the opening statement, Dee Dee's lawyer said that Vonnie was a sophisticated criminal that was part of an international car theft ring, and he had ties to the cartel. Now, look, I don't think nothing is snitching. At the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. But they're talking about, hey, Vonnie has got ties to the cartel. Now, I ain't heard about no ties to the cartel until that. They're putting stuff on Vonnie that I hadn't heard before. Now, I would love to know what the evidence is that Vonnie has ties to the cartel. Is that something that Vonnie said? Is that something that Durk and Dee Dee's lawyers dug up? I didn't hear any protest from, you know, any of Durk's main lawyers that they didn't want to be part of this information being included in the opening statement that Vonnie was tapped in with the cartels. So look, I don't know what all of that means, but they are blaming everything on Vonnie. That is an absolute fact. People are just super in their feelings because they're not hearing what they want to hear. But I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. All these other guys, take note, all of these other guys that are just telling you what you want to hear, they're just capping. They're listening to what's going on in the courtroom and they're thinking, damn, like, how can I twist this to tell people what they want to hear? They're trying to get clicks. They're trying to get views. They're basically trying to twist the facts to just feed people the slop they want to hear. I'm not doing that, all right? I've been here being factual with you guys every day. When I told everyone that Durk took a W when they severed the charges, everyone was gassed. They were overjoyed. They were loving me. Suddenly, Durk fans love me, all right? And now I'm telling you the truth that he's blaming everything on Vonnie, which is exactly what happened. Now you're all mad. Now you're all salty. I'm hearing people saying, oh, you should be banned from the courtroom, all of this nonsense. Well, look, I'm just being honest. You ain't going to find as honest of a take anywhere else as you will on my page. So stay locked in. I'll be back. I'm going to be posting more on X today because it's kind of hard to get in and out of the courtroom. So what I'm probably going to do is just, pop out during the breaks, make quick X posts so I don't have to leave the courthouse. Then in the full-blown lunch breaks, I'll be out doing the long video for my main channel or my second channel, Trump Ross, and these little quick updates here. So I appreciate you guys, and I will see you in there.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot they already come back, but yeah, shit. I look at it like this. Anything you put online, man, it can be used against you. If they took some clips of me and used it in the trial, you think I would care? People like, damn, I don't give a damn what they got me in. Subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. Donate to the Cash App. I like if Trap Lord Ross. I know a lot of people don't like him because he's from the UK. I ain't got no problem with the man. Shit. If this is what he want to do, this is what he want to do. You can call him a culture vulture. You can call him whatever the hell you want. But y'all ain't doing it better than him. He's covering the trial. If you ain't there, then shit. This is all we can go off of. But I personally don't care, to be honest with you. You see, we gather information from multiple pages. We get some from the LA magazine. We get some Trap Lord Ross, and we just compare what we can. We aren't actually there, so we gotta do what we gotta do. And his videos do be good. He be having 3-hour-long videos. I give the man credit. If he can go and do all that research on his own, then we know what the police can do. You got people. We just seen the other guy. What is his name? Do not. He talking about, oh yeah, they didn't turn the trial on his head. Nigga, it's day 2. We ain't heard nothing that turned the trial on his head. Yeah, okay. Maybe they didn't pay. Maybe the Amex wasn't that. But the dude Vonnie said Durk paid him. So even if he used a credit card and Durk didn't know about it, there's still, man, we got 3 weeks of this. So we don't know what evidence that they're going to present. They also presented some text messages last night that little Durk and them were talking about, oh, well, wait, we need more time. We didn't know about that. With OTF Jam asking Durk for more money. So we don't have all the evidence. And once it comes out, then yeah, we'll cover it. Will I say any of us are wrong? No, none of us are wrong. At the end of the day, it's 12 motherfuckers that are sitting in that courtroom that are going to decide this man's fate. Not us. We got to get up and go to work in the morning. Unlike him, we get to go lay in our own bed. Rent due. Y'all know rent due next week, right? Next week on the 2nd. I mean, not the 2nd, but the 2nd day of the week on Tuesday, rent is due. Whether this nigga's innocent or guilty, and that goes for Keffe D, Yellow Beezy, Lil Durk, all the other niggas on this trial, it don't affect our day-to-day lives. So I don't know why people get emotional and tied up with this. When I turn this off, I don't care what happens. You know, when I go get in my bed and turn my fan on and I ball up in the fetal position with the covers over me and my YouTube playing in the background while I fall asleep before I get up in the morning and go to work late, Durk gonna be in that cold ass cell. So it don't matter. It don't matter. Yeah, Trap Lord Ross said he's telling on everybody. That's literally what his defense is doing, saying that Vonnie did it. So, you know, it is what it is. But we'll get back to the Tupac trial real quick and see what the hell Keffe D got going on. Was that the first, second, third? All right. And if I get lucky, shit, I might have something cuddled up with me. You know what I mean? But other than that, we back in the courtroom.
Cartridge cases that were entered into indictment back in 2003.
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the indictment system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark DiGiacomo.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over the 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years,
What up,
more
True?
cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the indictment system?
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now. And yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct that? Did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, and we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country. And then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learned from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
But nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
Yeah, Max.
Anything, sorry, cross-examination, Mr. Sept?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes.
I didn't look into the case notes. That's try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab, so we don't want to bias our mind to what was. So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group and which ones to enter?
Okay. And so out of the 7, all of them look like they were fired from the same firearm.
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatton. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me. That was our short witness before the lunch break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, we're going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury.
What'd they just say? Lunch?
The room, anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert Ladd testify whenever we come back in.
Okay, you can all be seated.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I
Was
think
the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot caller, that
Yes.
allegedly Keffe D
Yes.
was the shot caller?
Yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or something?
Okay, so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have him say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lie the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point, I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's.
Does that work for you, Mr. Samps?
It does, Your Honor. I do have one for the housekeeping matter for kind of the shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay.
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude putting on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my clients in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location, that would just use maybe the street name, something like that to differentiate between the two.
I think that's appropriate. Not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You can say like the 3600 block, maybe.
Can we? I think it's a little complicated because there's like 1405 and a 4. There's two houses on the same block, and so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that I don't want the vagary used against us.
Sure. Would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking, is just if we just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly, if that helps.
I guess Keffe D complained and went through.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right.
Anything else on that thing, Mr. Samps?
No, yeah.
Okay. Anything else we need to address in general?
No, ma'am. We need to go to lunch.
Hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
When are we coming back?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. All right. So basically what they're doing, Keffe D did complain last week that, or I think it was yesterday, that his address got out and they were robbing him, breaking in his house. And since he still lives there, they're trying to say they're not going to give out the ad, or I think it's a new place that he's at, but they're not going to give out the address. But what the defense was saying is, the state was saying they don't want the defense to use that against him by saying, hey, on the warrant, the search warrant, it gave the specific address. So they're just saying, hey, do we both agree? Both parties agree on not using the actual address and just saying like the 600 block. So they both came to an agreement on that. So they won't give out his actual address or where he's at. And I'm pretty sure they're going to probably let the jurors know that too. Like, hey, we're not giving out the specific address, but they both agree that that's what it was on the warrant. And we'll go to the little Durk because everyone should be rolling out of there. It is 11. Yeah, 11 going on 12. So they'll probably be doing their lunch also. We'll hear whatever happened with the last witness, which was, I think the detective was still on. They were talking about the Amex, unless they started with OTF Jam. So we'll continue from there real quick. Let's see. I should have been a school teacher, man. I've been damn good at it too. Let's see. All right, here we go. 241. We might have some good information here. Shout out to Michael Blackshire. All right, here we go. DM shown in court. Let's take it back a little bit. All right, we got some information here that is going to be definitely used. All right, the detective was able to receive a year's worth of DMs of DeAndre Wilson, aka OTF Didi, that he received from Meta internal records. So they subpoenaed Meta, and Meta gave it up, which could be not only Facebook but Instagram. But I'm assuming that this is Instagram. All right. So the DM shown in court, Black China Doll. We got to find out whose Instagram this is. But Didi's Black China Doll said, Didi, what you doing? He said, on my way to LA. She said, what's going on in LA? He said, shit, the guys. She said, why didn't you invite me? He said, I ain't know I was coming until 2 hours before my flight. Uh-oh. So he ain't. Now remember, Didi is a co-defendant. Didi and Durk are co-defendants. Everybody else is snitching on them. But he's telling us he didn't know about the flight until 2 hours before. He may have been the nigga on Spirit Airlines. Because there was one on United, one on Southwest, and then one on Spirit. If he didn't know till 2 hours before, he may have been the Spirit Airline nigga. Black China Doll. Then she must have changed her Instagram. You know we was about to go there and figure it out. Now it could mean anything, but where's the rest of the DMs? They got a year's worth of DMs. But shit, hey, what I always tell y'all when we're watching TV shows, when somebody is either about to get killed, about to go to jail, about to do something significant in their life, niggas is always thinking about getting some. Nigga, if I'm flying, if you telling me 2 hours before we doing a hit, first of all, I'm not going. 2 hours ain't enough time for me to stretch and prepare. But secondly, if I know I'm flying out here to go do a shooting, nigga, I'm not texting anybody. I'm not even gonna have my phone on. Besides, like, I'm not going, honestly. But in the event that I was going, you think I'm about to let other people know I'm about to be out here when I know what we're going out here for? I do want to see what the rest of these messages are. And I wish this gave us times. She said, what's going on in LA? He said, shit with the guys. It's always why you ain't invite me. If your broke ass don't book a flight and come on. I didn't know I was coming to 2 hours before the flight. I wonder if he's gonna say, yeah, the gang booked it for me. All right, here we go. Another DM message showed OTF Didi being sent the TMZ video of the aftermath of the drive-by with Crondo Rondo, and him responding, Quando Rondo, where's y'all pipes at, gang? With a laughing emoji. Now there is an Instagram. They do have the screenshot of that. So this is him taunting Quando Rondo after the shooting. So OTFDD is probably gonna be cooked. I mean, I know they say everybody's cooked, but shit, I like saying it. Niggas is cooked. Let me see. OTFDD Quando. It's like, why would you even tweet this to somebody? Let me see. I think I don't know which one it's in, but there is. Let me go to the page real quick. And this is the thing, the self snitching and like, why, if you just killed somebody, why would you message the person that's with them? Let me see. Durk assignment, Brady order, stipulation, protector order. Was it August 6th that it was? Because I think it's one that has an actual screenshot of it, so we can see what the goofy actually did. Yeah. Oh man, it ain't letting me open. I gotta log into my Adobe Express. Not Adobe Express. Yeah, I really don't know what the hell these dudes be thinking, but I like it though. Has anybody else got any? They don't be thinking at all. Oh yeah, I forgot Armand Wiggins being there. Let me see if I can get on his. I don't know if he's actually tweeting or he's actually. Nah, I ain't seeing it. Oh well. We'll wait. This is all we got. I mean, like I said, they should be coming out from lunch. You know, you always hear They only do this to the black community. This is man, they always make it a big they do this for white people trials also. It's just y'all don't be following them. If you go on Law and Crime right now, 9 times out of 10 is a white person on trial over there. Like right now, it's a big thing going on with the woman that killed her 3 children. But y'all not watching it because y'all don't care about that. You know what I mean? Just like we know old boy pled guilty. What's his name? Luigi Manginio, whatever the fuck his name was, that deleted the CEO of the healthcare. I think you have already demonstrated that these aren't the smartest people. Oh no, you know it's going every single day we gotta come in here and we gotta realize that public school ain't that bad. You know what I mean? I didn't get to go to a private school growing up, but knowing how to read and write, even if you know how to read and write on just the 10th grade level, I'll say the 8th grade level, you can make it in life. Half these fools can't read. We know the hell they can't spell. How you spell apple? A-T F apple A-T-F-H-L apple. I think that's how you spell apple. Yeah, man. It's just you get one dude with money who already isn't the brightest, then you got all the dummies that are behind him. And that's all this is. It's just complete idiots. If this dude is openly telling a woman prior to him going to LA he knows what he's going to LA for. Well, he's flying out to San Diego. He didn't tell her that. At least he didn't give up the whole plan and say we're flying to San Diego and then driving to LA. But if he's openly telling a woman that he is going to LA because of the guys, when he knows it's really going to be him going out there with the guys to go and try to slide, you shouldn't tell anybody that you're going out there so you can have an alibi. So at least you can say, hell no, I wasn't out there, even though once you get on the flight, you got to have an ID. So there's no way, like getting on the flight, you were better off doing what Pooh Shiesty and them did and driving to LA. But Chicago to LA is a long ass way compared to Chicago to Dallas. But still, there's no way you're gonna get past this because they knew what you guys are wearing. All they were gonna do is just track you back all day. There's no crimes that you can commit in the 2020s without there being surveillance out there. Someone's always gonna find you. You're always gonna be on camera. Eric said there's 2 trials involving mothers and children. Yeah, man, it's a lot. We just don't. I'll look at it, but I might not cover it just because I got to cover what the people that look like me want to hear. You know what I mean? We want to hear about Tupac. They saying Tupac's back, and then we got little Durk, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm covering it because shit. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm trying to get paid. You know, I like covering trials. It is what it is. Let's see if they got any more text messages. We need to be able to see. Notifications. I'm trying to see if they got any more texts. If anybody else came outside. Okay, here we go. All right, so we'll take it back a little bit. All right, so here's the pillow talking about coming to LA. Then they had Brian still on the cross examination. Mr. Hester had 3 recorded interviews. Who made the decision not to record all of them? Mr. Harris and Mr. Jones. Detective said, I don't know whose decision that was. Now, that was a good one that Brian Steele was asking, what's the best way to document an interview? And it is, obviously it is recording. So he's basically trying to, hey, man, we don't know what y'all actually said in there. So how can we really trust that? Oh, so he re-put this up here and he untagged Quando Rondo. Yeah, I mean, if you're supposed to be a journalist, you can't be tagging people during a court case. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of unprofessional. Now I can tag Quando Rondo. Pause. So he worked with the LA Times, Chicago Tribune, and the Washington Post. All right, let's see. OTF DD DMs. Explore. What, there ain't no audio on here? OTF DD gets bonded out by Lil Durk for $90K on murder charges. Yeah, should said they smoked his ashes. Believe that or no? Nah, man. Man. I ain't gonna lie to you. You be a damn fool to smoke somebody's ashes. And for me, it's more of like, man, you don't even know if that's really the ashes or not, man. You don't know what they do in that crematory. But yeah, that's all the updates we have at the moment. Oh boy. Um, See, this is what I'm talking about. Here go Donut again talking about the feds are panicking. Why would they be panicking on day 2?
Yo, Brian Still just set the court on fire and turned this case all the way around. Do you hear me? Brian Stills pulled up documentation from Astronaut Sound LLC.
Oh, that's what we already went over. Yeah, but where was I at? I think I just seen something else. Durk looked stressed and grimace and rubbed his forehead during a long showing of the killers, all looking at their phones in and out, followed by his Amex records with all the killers' flight booked on his account. Durk's lawyers looked stressed. I mean, let's be honest. When you go in there, you don't want to be in there smiling. So regardless of what's going on, whether it's good or bad, you don't want to be in there smiling and stuff because it gives the jury like, hey, even if you didn't commit the crime, it's like, damn, you ain't got no empathy for the people that did pass throughout all of this. Yep. So I mean, this is all we got right now, man. This is all we got, man. This is the best we can do. I ain't gonna lie though. That's what we need to find. 17917. 17917. So this is the house that Durk was renting. You know, we're gonna go find it. All right, so this is the house that Durk was renting. He was renting it for 40,000, 30, 40,000 a month. All right, look nice. You know, we about to get this address. We about to see where how far this drive was. But first, we're gonna look at the house the same way we did on the Diddy trial. So we seen where all the incidents were happening. All right, so this is the house that he was staying in. Oh, this is nice. Okay, nice little outside. I bet when they were coming over here kicking it with Durk, they was outside on the patio with it. Okay. Durk and India up here on the balcony overlooking the driveway. Oh, they got the McLaren out there too. Look at this. This nice. Okay, superstar. Look how Durk was living. He ain't living like this no more, but look how he was living. Oh, yeah, this is nice. This is probably where they had their little meetings at. We're going to go slide for Vine. Ooh, this is nice. They say this is a big, rich town. Yeah, I just come from the poets pods. Oh yeah, okay. Fully furnished, 30,000. Damn, this kitchen is nice. They went to In-N-Out Burger. They could have had India in here actually cooking for them. But they decided to go to In-N-Out. Ooh, you know how many red bombs you could put in here? You could put some big bags in here. And to think you're spending 30, 40,000 just to rent. So if you got 30 or 40,000 to rent, you got them M's on you. And to think they threw this all away. They really thought that they could get away with this kind of a crime. Now, you know, it's still alleged for Durk, but we do know that the other two shooters and Bonnie, they are snitching and saying, hey man, the nigga paid us. But look at this, man. You renting this out for 30,000? Ooh, got a nice little wine. Oh, look at them chairs. Them chairs is nice. Let me zoom this in. This for all of us broke folk. Ooh, look at this. This is where they sat down after they came back. They changed their clothes. Oh, look at the horse. Mm. Okay, here we go. Durk was in here counseling them. He'll bring them in one at a time. All right. So how did it go? How many shots did you get off? Okay. Were you holding that thing with one hand or two hands? And then they go out on the patio. They go into the backyard. They got the little beds, I doubt that Durk was letting them bums stay over here though. Hey, what y'all think? Y'all think Durk was letting them stay over here? Like staying at the crib? They were pulling up. We know Vonnie pulled up to the house several times because the GPS showed us that he pulled up several times. So you think they were letting him stay in here? Or no, I think he had his kids with him. So they definitely wasn't letting them bum ass niggas stay over here. But I'm thinking for $30,000, I gotta have this setup right here. I can get this from IKEA for about $1,000, the whole room. You know what I mean? This setup right here, this ain't nothing special. If I'm paying 30,000, I need to have automatic windows. This is a $3.2 million house. Yeah, that bed, I need like a foam top. You know what I'm saying? I need a topper on there. Oh yeah, this is nice though. I ain't gonna lie. This must be the master because they got the couch in here with the 2 chairs. Yeah, this must be the master. This is nice. Oh, they got the fireplace with the TV built in the wall. That's a small ass TV though. For 30,000, I got an 86-inch. For 30,000, I need at least a 90-inch to 100. That is little. That's a little bitty, man. A little dated. But you got they in LA. You know you're not gonna get no acreage out here. You got to get what you got to get. Now we're gonna go look at it on. Damn, these are some big ass doors for the bathroom. This is nice though. Damn, look at the master closet. So okay, they got 3 balconies on here. Okay, they got the pool with the hot tub and the jacuzzi. Damn, all right, this is nice. Let me go look at. We need to look at it from a street view though. 2-car garage with the marble floors. All right, so for $3.2 million, 4 bedroom, 6 bath, 4,600 square feet. Estimated history. So it's 2.7 back in October 2021. It's off the market for now. Yeah, we know it's off the market for right now. This is actually good marketing if you think about it. You got this in one of the biggest cases. You get you another dumb rapper in there. Let's head on out there. See where it is. Oh, it's a corner lot? All right, let's see what's around here. Woodland Hills. They got a Chili's over there. So this neighborhood ain't that exquisite. They got a Chili's over there. Oh, okay, it's a corner lot too. Y'all look at this. Damn, that house next to it. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say they was stunting on Durk because he was just renting, but shit. Let's see what this whole street look like. Let's look what the block look like. Oh, this ain't even like a gated community or nothing. This is just a regular community and Durk just living on the corner. You better be lucky he wasn't into it with nobody. Oh, hold on. Look, they cleaning it out. When is this? November 2023? I wonder if Durk was still renting it out then. Look at all that shit they got in here. Interesting. It looks better when it's done up. When you're looking at it on a regular day, it's just regular people living in there. And let's see how far it is to the Beverly Center. Because in my mind, I'm envisioning they living in the hills or something, but they just on a regular street. So we'll do that. The Beverly Center. So it's a 42-minute ride from the Beverly Center up to where they were living. That means they had a lot of time to think about their actions. We need to find where the in and out was. Because they said it was about 40 minutes for them to get from the shooting to the actual in and out. What in and out? It just says it's in and out, but What is the address? I'm gonna find out that address because I do want to see how far it is. Matter of fact, let's see how many In-N-Out burgers are there. Yeah, they got a lot of them, but we ain't gonna be able to find out which one it is. But if the Beverly Center is like down over here, shit, it could have been any of these tours. I got to get the court documents, and if we can get the record of it, we can probably pinpoint which In-N-Out it was and what direction they were going in because he did say that they went back to the house. Let me see. We got some more information here. 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, another DM. All right. So Brian still is still up there questioning. Uh, Brian Steele. And when you're dealing with Mr. Hester, Mr. Grant, and Mr. Jones, you know at the time dealing with them, they may have a motive to get out. The detective said true. But let's be what I don't get is every single trial, they always say, oh, they took a plea. They trying to cut a deal. That's what everybody's cutting deals for. You take a plea deal because it's literally a deal to get less time by, you know, hey, I did this. So I don't understand. Like if I'm a juror and I hear, yeah, they're trying to get out of prison. That's why everybody's trying to get out of prison. That's the whole reason for snitching, to get out of a crime. You know what I mean? So like you would think by this time, like, oh yeah, well they had a motive to get out of prison. Why else would they snitch? They're not snitching to get more time. You know, that's how I always looked at it. Like, all right, yeah, they made a deal, but shit, if they know about crimes, then okay, give them some time off. If they tell you some crimes, if they tell you about a murder, give them some time off. That's an incentive to snitch. It's just like calling the police for a reward. Well, not a reward, but an award. No, yeah, reward. You get an award from the community. Hey man, you the top snitch. But yeah, when they say $50,000, if you got any information, yeah, it's an incentive to tell. A lot of people aren't just going to tell just for the hell of it. I mean, when you see in this shit, they will. But so me as a juror hearing that someone has a motive to tell, yeah, that nigga want to get out of jail. That's why he telling. All right, but let's continue on. Brian Steele, the accomplished Mr. Dirk Banks, prosecution. Objection, Your Honor. Judge, please do not categorize. It's the jury's decision to decide their views of Mr. Banks. Damn. All right. And look at the comments. There you go, being biased again. Nah, it's the jurors. You can't go out there and hey, objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Hey, we're gonna have to wear the robe once we start getting more notifications. All right, so Chief Keef and them are following the trial. Actually, I seen they had like some footage. I think they was all drinking and eating. Guess they going through it. All right, Trap Lord Ross said Dee Dee's lawyer just clapped back, saying Dee Dee didn't write the message adding Quando. It was just a repost. But in making that point, he revealed this was a post of Quando Rondo screaming no after the murder. Durk's lawyers looked uncomfortable that this was discussed for so long. Yeah, so even if he didn't send it, you're still admitting that a dude that's supposed to be one of the shooters was reposting it. You know what I mean? So it is kind of like I see where Steele and Finland they looking at it like, hey man, y'all quit talking about that shit. You know what I mean? That's implementing. You know what I mean? It's like, hey man, you know, him and Dirk, they ain't folding. So why are we talking about that? Oh well, is it at a certain point, we all know for us, we look at it and we could joke around. Oh man, they snitching, they ain't snitching. We don't care. But for them, it's like at a certain point, hey Dirk, you got millions. My name is OTF. Nigga, I'm a grown ass man. My name is OTFDD. Nigga, DD, nigga, you know a nigga named DD is broke. The only DD I know is from my brother and me, Alfie and DD. That's it. Alfie, can you teach me how to dance? I'm gonna show y'all what DD is. Hell no, ain't no OTF. Man, that's one thing about me. There's been a KCC Mo. Yeah, but I ain't no OT. Yeah, there's a KCC Mo. You know, that's that counting cash click. But that's my old days back when we used to rap. But we wasn't committing no crimes. We had legit money. OTF Momo is what they call me. Mr. Pooh is what they call me. This is the only DD I know right here. OTF stands for only the family, but now it stands for only the feds.
Hey man, I want to fucking my.
All right, man, nigga, we're not about to put you on the camera, nigga. We just want to see Alfie teaching Edie how to date. Yeah, OTF offering the feds, YSL, YSTL. Yeah, man, it's all kinds of wild shit. They got all these names, but then when they get in the courtroom, they want to say, "Oh, that don't mean nothing." Nah, man, that's what I want to see. I want to see gangsters being gangsters in the courtroom. That's what I really. That right there would really spark my life. You know, if I seen gangsters act gangster, and I don't want to see niggas sitting in the courtroom after talking tough, after shooting people, is sitting in the courtroom and listening to the judge. I want to see irate, just guerrilla warfare in there. I want to see niggas in there telling the judge to shut the fuck up. That's what I want to see. Could we hear all of these dudes rapping tough, talking tough online, but then they get in here and they don't be doing none of that. And that just kind of makes me look at it like, man, were we pretending? No, I ain't kidding. I want to see people act a damn fool, and you know what I mean? This is what I'm doing. If I would have ever been found guilty, I'm gonna show y'all what I would have done.
Here's the rest of the 50.
Put it in there.
This is what I would have done. If they ever got me on some shit, real talk, and I ain't lying to y'all, man. You know I'm a certified crash out. This is what I would do. If I went to trial and the judge told me some silly shit that I wasn't trying to hear, this would be me, reincarnated right here.
This court is adjourned. Life?
The fuck you mean life?
What you mean life? For all the shit I did for this motherfucking country? The fuck he talking about life? Man, fuck you! Fuck you!
That's what I would do. Don't put me in the courtroom. That's what I would do right there. What the fuck you mean life? If Durk gets convicted for this and they give him a life sentence, if he don't throw a chair at the judge, I don't want to hear nothing else about that nigga, man. If he get life and he don't throw a chair at the judge, shoot a bird at the judge like Jeezy told us, I don't want to hear nothing else about these guys being tough. Let me show y'all again. For y'all that don't know, this is dead presidents.
These proceedings are concluded. This court is adjourned. Life?
The fuck
What you mean life? For all the shit I did for this motherfucking country? The fuck he talking about life? Man, fuck you! Fuck you!
You know how strong you got to be to throw one of them wooden chairs in court? You got to be strong as a motherfucker, man. What the fuck you mean life? What I'm going to do with life?
All the shit I did for this motherfucking country. Remove the prisoner from the hell.
Nah, this and Set It Off. See, in the 90s, they used to make movies how they were supposed to make movies. Niggas was real crash out. I got two ways to go out. I'm either going out like Cleo and Set It Off, but if I survive, I'm going out like Anthony. That's it. They're not taking me alive. You'll never catch me alive, coppers. But anyway, let's get here and see what information we got. Man, we don't want to hear nothing from no Seti Nash. This gentleman right here, he swear he a Crip. This dude's name is Seti Nash. This nigga told on his brother. So we don't want to hear none of that. Then you got this weird old nigga right here, Sydney Starr, goofy ass. Lil Durk's lawyer, Brian Steele, just got inside the jury's head by getting a detective to admit it's possible OTF Jam and Vonnie could be cooperating to put innocent people away to save them lives. I don't think they got in the jurors' heads with that. If you are a logical adult, you know any nigga snitching is trying to get out of prison. Yeah, my dad was in Vietnam too. My dad got drafted. Vietnam veteran. All right, so we just sitting around. We're waiting for what we got 15 minutes before the what's the name comes back. Before the Tupac trial comes back. And then so the dude OTF DD, the one that we were just listening to that was talking to the lady, this is his brother, the little nigga that was crying in the prison when I played this the other day. This is his little brother. He's supposed to be a shooter too.
All right, give me her number. I'm gonna call. What's her number? Wait, hold on. You gotta relax. Relax. What's the number? What you saying? Stop. No, I'm saying, what you talking about? I'm trying to get that. All right, give me her number. I'm gonna call.
Dog, these dudes is funny, man. And of course, you got Charleston White. I ain't even heard what he said about this, but we'll play this. I mean, we ain't got nothing but time anyway to kill.
God damn it. I say, listen. Instagram, social media, Facebook, all the above. Now, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Judge. Good morning. So you mean to tell me Durk not a snitch? Y'all mean to tell me Durk put it on the boy? We got Durk on. Y'all saying Durk ain't a snitch? Say, Sauce Walker, I just seen you holler out, hey, come on over here with me. Say, listen, say, come on, you boys, come on over here with me. Sauce Walker, I got your seat right here. Durk, I got your seat right here. Nigga, y'all in the snitching section. Nigga, y'all just been branded, nigga, like a Angus beef cow as a snitch. Sauce Walker is now a snitch. Lil Durk is now a snitch. I've been telling y'all, nigga, it's lovely over here. It's lovely over here with me, Woody, Gunna, T.I.,
Gucci,
Young Thug, now Lil Durk, Gucci, man. Nigga, this is a Hall of Fame motherfucking section of snitches. Nigga, y'all get your snitch gear together, baby.
And can't be mad at him. You know, they say the motto is you can't talk to the police. That's what they say. You can't talk to the police. The only thing you're supposed to tell the police is lawyer. A lawyer. They say you can't blame nothing on nobody else. Oh, but they're using a lawyer. La 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 la. Yeah, Sauce Walker. Unfortunately, I fuck with Sauce, but just last week he was on the live stream. He was telling the police, man, he attacked me first. Like, damn, you telling the police that shit? You ain't supposed to tell the police nothing. All I tell the police is, sir, I'm reaching for my wallet. It's in my pocket, but I already have my wallet pulled out before they even get up there, and you are being recorded. But I gotta go on my phone to get my insurance. But that's all I tell them. Other than that, it ain't no talking. I don't care what the fuck you pulled me over for. Pull me over. Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck what you pull. I'm not about to go back and forth with you. Hey, you pulled me. All right, bet. We'll take that bitch to court then. But I'm not about to go back and forth with you. Crack the window just enough that I can hear them, they can hear me, and I slide the ID through. Hey, put the phone up on the window. I got my insurance. It's just through the phone. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't do all that back and forth with the popo. Now, I ain't gonna lie. When I got arrested in Germany, I did go off on the police though. I called the police officer a fat B. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was going off on the German police, but that's different. You know what I mean? That's international shit. That ain't that local shit that these niggas be doing. Now I was good when I was in Amsterdam though, because I was out of my comfort zone. I was good. I was just going along with whatever they told me to. Yep, nope, yep, nope. But other than that, yeah, when I got locked up in Germany, that was easy. I got footage. I got footage of that DUI that I beat. I got footage inside the jail. Yeah, I'm talking bad to the police. Yeah, I'm talking bad to the police. But man, it is what it is. All right, we're still waiting for some updates. Right now, it's just me trying to entertain you guys because we don't have anything. We do got I guess we'll play Seti, but I really don't be listening to Seti Nash like that.
Now, the in and out shit is interesting because the lie about the payments of everybody being paid was never true. And y'all got to remember, that was in the first superseding indictment. So they said Jam was getting a soda. and it wasn't a soda, it was a damn lemonade. See, when they act like the feds know all, it's these little details that you should be paying attention to, because the cop never crazy to say, hey, he wasn't. Some of y'all may think that's irrelevant, but it is relevant because of the truthfulness of everything that happens within what happens next. So,
nigga, whether he got a soda or a motherfucking water, the nigga got a drink, nigga. Don't nobody give a fuck about if it was a soda or a lemonade, nigga. This nigga, what he trying to do is not get that backlash. If it's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on. I know you guys don't care about the nigga side of the internet, but he was getting into a lot of BS when the YSL trial was going on with Young Thug and stuff. Niggas was on his head, and then he was hanging out with like Woody and stuff, and then they had this grown ass man get on here and apologize for hanging with Woody. So when this guy talks, I don't even say take it with a grain of salt. Take that shit with a grain of sand, because this motherfucker be all over the place. They be punking this old ass dude, man.
basically, Jim is in there with the red Nationals hat on that he had since he came out the freaking the airport with it. They had Keith Jones, who's a shooter, and then the cop says that they were reacting to the news on their phone. He said they reacted to a news clip on their phone. That actually never happened, because we could see the phone screen. We see Jam's phone, we see Jones' phone, we see Diddy keep checking on his phone. It's text messages. Jam all on his phone talking. Jones is texting. You never see them react to the news clip. You can see their freaking phones clear as day. So the cop doesn't correct Exhibit 30, but it's Exhibit 33, but he's still being led. Then the feds bring up the TMZ video of Quando Rondo.
You hear that, Durk? You hear that? Quando said he don't know. He didn't get in there and put the blame on somebody else. He said he didn't know. That's the only thing you're supposed to tell the police is, I don't know shit. I ain't see shit. So we got to give Quando Rondo an A+, because this is the second incident that we've seen when Lil Tim got shot also the night they smoked King Von, RIP to him. But yeah, Quando ain't tell the police nothing. He ain't tell the police, I think the shooters went this way. He said, I don't know.
Look, hey, what was that? I know, Baker. I know. What was that?
Damn. Now they did say he got hit 4 times. One went through the bicep and got lodged into his heart, unfortunately.
So day 2 of the little Durk trial. And I'm going to break this down in increments for Instagram, YouTube. Just watch the whole entire thing. When you see me stop, that just is what it is. So you had a cop on the stand that was basically left off where we left off yesterday on his testimony. The ties were granted, so everybody's in there with ties on. And then one crazy note that I noticed, they're not calling Quando Rondo Taquain Bowman. They're just flat out calling him Quando Rondo. And I think they're doing that shit so that if the jurors do look on the internet and look at Quando Rondo, I think they're trying to push some type of sympathy on him. That's me personally. That's just what I believe. Because why aren't y'all calling him goddamn Quando Rondo? I mean, why aren't y'all calling him Taquain Bowman at all? But it is what it is. So the cop on...
Because the nigga's not a victim. The victim is Lil Pop. So they would call him by his rap name. Now, if he was a victim, then yeah. But this is a murder for hire for Lil Pop, not for Quando Rondo. See? It's little stuff like that he taught me. It's the details. Nigga just be talking.
On the stand, left off at the gas station. He went for the call logs. He got Jim's IG and Jim's number. He got Jim's location. He had the calls that he had with Vonnie and Jim's phone. They had calls with Didi and Vonnie. They got cell site from cell phones. Asa and Jim flew in together. The cop said Vonnie's number wrong. And then the cop clears up the number for the damn feds again. See, the feds are saying shit like this. Oh, we're letting in exhibit 30, but it was 33. But the cop says, yeah, it was exhibit 30. And then the feds are cleaned up and say exhibit 33. So that's leading already, which means the cop don't really know his shit. He tried to act like a little bit later on, but don't worry, I'm gonna get into that in just a moment. Then you find out that Didi has a big chance of beating the case because he didn't do shit. And one of the things that did get admitted, but I'll let y'all be the judge of that, is Didi basically got a text thread with this girl. I'm not gonna say her name. If the bloggers do it, then they do it. I'm not doing that shit because I don't want her harassed, and I don't want to be a part of no lawsuit for harassment. Got me doing the damn Bootsy shit. Anyway, so Didi get hit up by her. She say, Didi, what you doing? He say, I'm on my way to LA. She say, what's in LA? He say, shit, the guys. She say, why you ain't take me? He say, I ain't know till 2 hours before the flight. And they got that Jason paid for the flights back home and all that. Then we get into the in and out shit, and the in and out shit is kind of crazy.
All right, so that's some of that. Let me see.
Message Lil Durk wrote and told them to fall back on August the 18th, 2022. Hey, Trap Lloyd, what do you think about the message Lil Durk wrote and told them to fall back on August 18th, 2022?
It was revealed in court today that Lil Durk fired OTF Vonnie in January of 2023. Well, hey, you know, OG stack a dollar, right? All right, hold on. We'll continue this real quick. It's 25 minutes ago.
OTF DDs. So they have 3 recordings, OTF Jam. Out of the 30 times they did interviews with him. Also, OTF DDs, Instagram messages, his DMs, meta internal that was given to the detective. Ceres, I think is how you pronounce his name. And he was showing DMs today from before the drive-by and after the drive-by. But not just those few days, a year of DMs during that time period. So that was what was shown this morning. So they have 3.
I wonder what all was in that year of DMs. All right. So it says Lil Durk looked more gloomy yesterday. As Brian Steele did his cross, he started to smirk and shake his head and look directly at Steele. Today was his first cross. I wonder if he's dropping down anymore in like in threads. And then, of course, we got today. He was fired back in January of 2023. Now, we should be getting more information with everybody coming outside. We got like 2 minutes before the Diddy trial. I'm not the Diddy, but Tupac. Nah, she ain't gave us no updates. Taylor got any updates from the trial? Oh, here we go. Got 11 minutes.
Outside of the federal courthouse in downtown Los Angeles today on day 4 of Lil
Durk's murder for hire trial. So I just wanted to go over a couple of notes that I took for the first half of the day. We currently broke for lunch. But we picked right back up with the prosecution asking Detective Arias questions. And a few things that we learned today was that something we speculated yesterday, those of us who were in the gallery, was that there was a body that flew out of the Escalade where Rondo was in, where the victim got shot. And today it was confirmed that someone did jump out of that front seat. That was Carlos Johnson. He jumps out of the Escalade and he runs away from the scene. And so we see that happen in the video. So he's not in the Escalade when he takes off. And later is in that video that was shown yesterday where the victim was then put out of the car and attempted to be incest. We also saw in and out footage of the alleged shooters. We saw Wilson, Hester, Jones, and Lindsay. They're on their phones, they're joking around. And that was a point that the prosecution really wanted to make. They were laughing with each other, they were cajoling, they were showing each other's phones off, like reading from their phones. So the prosecution and Detective Arias alleged possibly they were looking at the news because there was a TMZ video they said went viral very quickly after this happened.
Now you see the difference between the two with what she said and what Setti said. She said they alleged that they were looking at that. Setti said that's what they were looking at. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'll actually go to an actual journalist. She works for the LA magazine. I'd rather get my information from her than someone like Setti Nash. But you see how he's like, that was wrong. They weren't looking at that. But she clearly says they alleged because there was a video that went viral, the one from TMZ. They didn't say that that's exactly what they were looking at. But this is what they mean when you got to go and do your own research, because she says they allegedly said that's what they were looking at. They didn't say it definitively. That's what they were looking at. Setti Nash is just trying to make it seem like he's cool. We seen him outside yesterday. I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff that you see on the internet that like gets sent to me and stuff, and I just be seeing it. But he was outside with all the OTF members yesterday trying to be cool. They don't mess with this dude. He swear he the coolest dude on the internet, but they don't mess with him. What's up, Ollie and All I See?
And this is all alleged. This is all the prosecution asking Detective Arias, and he is speculating what he believes they made.
He's speculating, not this is what actually happened.
Talking about as they're joking in this in and out. They did order food very quickly after the shooting occurred at the mobile gas station. We also have a little clearer of an idea of where Grant possibly was after the shooting. It says the BMW that was rented by Grant at the Exotics, that BMW had a GPS tracker on it. So after it was parked about a 7-minute walk away from the mobile gas station where the shooting occurred, and then driven towards the direction of the Infinity, which is the stolen car that the shooters were in. And once that BMW goes to in and out, Grant gets out, the alleged shooters get out. So we're not quite clear how people got into the Infinity. There's a little bit of confusion on the possible vehicle swap or people meeting at some point in between the shooting and the visit to in and out. But we do know Grant gets back in that BMW. The BMW GPS shows the BMW going to Aqua Vista Street in Hollywood, where he then takes an Uber to the house that Durk's manager is renting. We also had to watch that TMZ video that went viral in court today. That has a better image of Juan Rondo screaming no as his cousin lies on the ground. Mrs. Robinson, the mother of the victim, was in the room at that time, and the judge shows a lot of concern for her when he's showing these videos, checking in, making sure she's been informed this is about to be played, so that she's not caught off guard by these things that are very traumatic to watch, I'm sure. What else did happen today? We have the prosecution showing messages on Instagram that Wilson sent, who's also known as OTFDE, DeAndre Wilson. He sent a video around that allegedly referred to Juan Rondo after the shooting, and there are laughing emojis that were sent. But this is noted on cross-examination that he did not write the text in this video, he just sent this video, and these were people's responses to him sending this video. We did not get to see what this video is. I'm going to look into it later today and see if I can find out. So at the end of the prosecution asking Detective Arias about these questions, Brian Steele comes on the scene, and the mood immediately shifted. Brian Steele is very confident. The side that I was sitting on was primarily Durk and his team's family and friends, and so they were very excited to see what Brian Steele was going to bring to the table and going to poke holes in the prosecution's case, and he did poke holes in the prosecution's case. One thing that he did immediately was one of his cooperators that have been talked about, and that is Grant, who the defense is alleging orchestrated everything, not Lil Durk. Grant, and then along with Hester, who also I believe is Hester, who is going to be also testifying for the prosecution. He brings them up, calls them cooperators, and then talks about how they were interviewed time and time and time again, but their interviews were hardly recorded. So he brings up the exact number of times, not necessarily that they were interviewed, but that Detective Karius was in the room when they were interviewed. He brings up that Hester was interviewed 30 times, but only 3 were recorded. Karius said, "I do not recall." Brian also brought up that Detective Karius was present 5 times with Keith Jones, and only 1 of those times was recorded. And he asks Detective Karius, who makes this decision? Why would you record? Detective Karius said, "Yes, I always record my interviews." So Brian Steele countered, why were these not recorded? Why were these very important interviews not recorded? And Detective Karius claims or alleges that it's a U.S. attorney procedure. So the prosecution's procedure is what Brian Steele clarified. The prosecution was meeting with these people and not recording what was being said. So Grant met in the room with Detective Karius 10 times, and he was never recorded, is what Brian Steele said. And he asks Detective Karius, why would you, multiple times, why would you not record? He's trying to clarify, like, why were these interviews not being recorded? And Detective Karius says, "I can't say, I always record." He reiterated that. And Brian said, "Do you think that's because you know that's the best way? That's the best way to get," he said, "pure, what is being said that's pure, that's the best way is to record." And Detective Karius says, yes, he agrees with that. Brian Steele's exact quote is, "Your preference is to have it pure." And Detective Karius said yes. So then Brian Steele brings up the point that these people who are cooperating, these cooperators, Grant and Hester, they are being charged themselves. They have already pleaded guilty. They know they face a life in prison. They've decided they've been caught. They are in fear of living out the rest of their lives in prison, is what Steele highlights. And Detective Karius says, yes, this is true. And Brian Steele confirms they're in a really bad position. And Steele further states it could be possible that there is motivation to put innocent people behind bars. And Detective Karius says it is possible. So during that time, everyone in the room was really excited, lots of head nods, lots of yeah, lots of mm-hms. So people were really, really rooting for Brian Steele in this cross-examination. Another thing that was talked about a lot was Astronaut Sounds, this company where these flights were purchased. And Brian Steele points out that though Durk is a manager, he was a manager of this company that had an LLC. The thing that Brian Steele was trying to point out is there's no proof that Durk knew he was a manager. And we're shown a document by the prosecution, but the signature on that form is a guy named Olo, and I'm gonna forget his Ola. I'm gonna forget his last name at this time, but it's in my tweets previously. But he signed this document. Lil Durk Banks has never signed this document. So Brian Steele really hammered down the point that Durk's signature is never on this form. There's no document. There's no proof that he knew of the credit card bill. They looked at the credit card bill. He knew of his position at this company. And then the other thing that he points out with these flights is that they were purchased by someone named Jason Smith, and the prosecution alleged that a text sent by Durk that said, "Don't book no flights under no names involved with me." That insinuates that Lil Durk was orchestrating this, but didn't want it to come back to him. But the prosecution, Brian Steele, says, why would they then book flights that with names that'll come back to him? At first, Detective Karius said, the flights were already booked by the time Durk sent this message, so there was nothing that could be done. But then Brian Steele points out, were there not flights booked the next day under the same names, under the same card by Jason Smith after Durk sent that message? And Detective Karius confirmed this. So that was like the highlights of Brian Steele's cross-examination and kind of what he hammered home. We then had the defense for Wilson come up, and Wilson's defense is he was a passenger. He was flown out. He did not know what was going on. He was a passenger in the car this entire trip. And this was normal for him to be flown out the day of and then flown back out later, only with the clothes on his back. This was the normal routine for him. He just jumps at music opportunities is what his defense was saying. So on cross-examination, that's kind of what they were highlighting again. They showed flight records of Wilson, flights being purchased the same day for him to fly out last minute and then fly back very shortly after. They showed these flights going back to 2021 all the way after 2022. So it did show on cross that this was a common thing for Wilson. And the other thing that they pointed out with Wilson was those text messages that were previously shown by prosecution. They were like, these were not, these words were written by post that he sent. I think they're insinuating that there was no malicious intent behind sending this video. And that's as far as we've gone so far. We're still on cross-examination with Detective Karius. And then later today, we are expected to hear from Hester, who is cooperating. He's the cooperator. He is working with the prosecution and he has already pleaded guilty. So a lot of people are looking forward to see what Hester's going to say. I think there's going to be a lot of objections in the room from the defense, and that cross will be very interesting as well. So hopefully we'll get to see that today. I'm about to head back upstairs, but I will post a full article today breaking down what occurs.
All right, there we go. It's pretty much it that's going on. Everybody gave us the same information. But yeah, so they should be going back from lunch, and then we still gonna have like another hour and a half before they give us any more updates from there. Interesting to see how this plays out, though. Oh, what's the name? You got mail. All right, yeah, let's see what she got to say, and then we'll get out of here for a second. Okay, it's the same stuff. Yeah. Jason sends IG link to Durk between 15. Oh, so she gave us a little more. Still started getting into the don't book our flights on the names involved with me. Text for Durk. Will we see Jason Smith sends IG link on the 17th, on the 18th between 9 and 11? Durk said he still go post. I'm going to just fall back off this ish. Blood. Don't book no flights. Yo, yeah. Tell Jay congrats on the wedding. Detective said he never looked to see what the IG link was that Jason sent and has no idea what the other texts are about. Still asks if Durk told Jason not to book any flights connected with him, why were the flights booked under the names connected to him? She said, I concluded that was a mistake by Jason. Last point by Steele, there's nothing sinister about being on the wall. A VM exotic rentals? No, I don't believe so. There are other famous people on the wall. He said, I can't recall. Well, here we go. They should be going back in there. We'll get over to the Keffe D trial, see what he got going on. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button.
Patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were
And I'll be right back.
partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at the time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis to try to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I can kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer, detective rolling through Compton and trying to start a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time, they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool. We'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie. Is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country as well as around the world to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters. And so it's really hard. We really don't have any witnesses. So we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if a case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about a gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about the Southside Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, the Southside Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city, and their area, they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies them with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, And to them, the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Duane Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang. And usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up. And he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages. So they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now, this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase. And a lot of them are getting older now and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the old OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just
gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Duane Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
Your Honor, let me approach.
You may.
All right, so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Compton Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we were a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by 2 different agencies, the FBI task force really the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And can you, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it looks either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case?
It will.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal like gangster attire, like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became a leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed. Have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay. And can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner, Tim Brennan, and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat. We're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to Southside Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. Then heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people. And during their interviews, they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang. And Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Okay. Now, were you familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Duane Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keffe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keffe is what Mr. Davis went by.
Yeah, Keffe D.
Yeah, Keffe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr. Davis?
I kind of know him by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes, had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid 90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of, Orlando Anderson?
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a Southside Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory. So they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members of Bloods. Now their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang also. And they identify themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, but even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru was associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And were you, do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many, because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Piru, Looters Park Piru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pirus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a Mob Piru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 60. Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Piru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Piru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
Okay, so like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in, you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you, now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Oh, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If a gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate, or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect. And credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that game, really.
And then, and we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain, we're talking about that Death Row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight, that's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just, Trayvon Neckbone, Buntree. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home, and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr., and he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this, or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in the crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was the shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Duane Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burrs Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burrs Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, that what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible, because the Mob Piru had to retaliate, and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who's responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, do you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant?
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had two purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members. And so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believe this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicide is when we did these search warrants, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we heard about, that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them. So that's how we help them.
So the search warrant served two purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent 2 detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take the guns off the street for the Compton wore, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
I'm actually going to approach with state's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
I'm showing you what's proposed state's exhibit number 161.
I gotta get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in what state's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared, well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it, did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes,
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, state's going to move state's proposed exhibit 161 as evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Sept?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the Southside Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with Southside Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now, Commissioner Butcher?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as state's exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Duane Davis's house and Duane Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Now I'm going to move state's exhibits 162 and 163 as evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to state's exhibit 162. Can you finish that? Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address, don't worry. We have to avoid the address, so maybe take it off.
Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want?
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 163. If we can take it off us for a second.
Give me half a second here. Sorry, we approach. I think you just have to show it to him, Mr. Paul. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of States Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes,
And who's that?
myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes,
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
yes,
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
yes.
And all these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur.
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
Okay, so this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
What we got? What we got?
Yeah, I'm gonna approach. I'm gonna show you States 160. And we're not gonna talk about the addresses specifically, but the 2 addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
I'm gonna move 160's evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So made.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that question?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. During, you were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
And so were you responsible for the investigation into Christopher Ross?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Ross?
Yes.
Why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were. And we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to, they were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Ross.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals or those two functions part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes. This is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
You got mail.
Report some documents, John. We're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Just so you can pull on me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, I can figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Well, Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So like if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, how long, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001. I'm sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And did you stay with? Did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Okay.
If you weren't
Okay,
finished,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. Do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the sheriff's department.
Now you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to an agency, Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It's still a busy city, but it wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
Southside Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
Steel pass limits.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Stamp.
No, ma'am. Let me get to it.
Good? You're good? Restroom. Okay, perfect. All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise to the jury.
All right. Let's see what else we have going on. We'll head over to Twitter and we'll see if there's any information that we can gather from these short breaks.
Yes, you get all that. Because you cop to the federal agents to say you admitted to doing that. He admitted to doing that. So if he admitted to doing that and then followed up with Durk told agents, I did it to Durk. Durk's not supposed to say, I ain't paid nothing. I don't know about nothing. You did that. You chose that. And the people know you did that not because I told you. It's because you told them. So we got some business here in the time.
Let me see something. So this is the interview where Durk was talking about rats that
I need it. I hate all rats. If you ever told, you ever tell, I hate you, like with a passion. Like that took away half of my. That made me who I am today. That took away half of my life. Like motherfucker telling them my pops and not, and that's who, you know what I'm saying, I needed. So I was raised by a woman. You know what I'm saying, which is my mama, who taught me where everything I know. So I really hate rats with real passions. Like I hate you bad. I'm looking to the camera. I hate fucking rat. I hate all rats.
I'm trying to see if we get the next witnesses. Let's see. Yeah, man, we just waiting around at this point. This is what, 11? Let me see. What time is it? 2:05. So you got what, like 2 hours left? So we should see if anybody's coming out now, and then 2 hours. I'm not gonna be able to make no 2 hours. I'll tell you that. Who is Kathy Russo? Rusan, managing editor of Law and Crime Court TV. Let me see if she got any information. So Lindsay Clancy, her ass is on there. Oh boy, good old Keffe D. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a minute. I don't know. Cousin Tino got anything? He ain't. I'd like to see how it is going in and out of the trial on my own. The jury in Lil Durk's trial heard the 911 call after the 2022 shooting. The caller reported multiple people, semi-weapons. I think we already got that yesterday. They told us that on day one. But this is the body cam footage of them saying that King Von had been deceased.
Y'all taking these?
Yes.
I think they might need to take pictures of them, or do they?
We can do that in detention.
Okay.
Take pictures, yeah. They just put
So y'all moving him to detention?
Yes.
Okay.
Man, the pandemic was wild times. Well, I didn't expect that. Hold on. All right, man. We not getting any information, y'all. We just here. We just here. All right, here we go. Brian Steele, with regards to Mr. Banks, they did not speak to Mr. Hester OTF Jam on the 17th, 18th, 19th to the 20th. Phone records I attained don't show that. So they're saying he didn't speak to OTF Jam? Interesting. Now, I mean, there wouldn't be any reason for him to speak to OTF Jam. OTF, you just Jam, you just a shooter, boy. That'd be one of the best moves they made. Not having him talking to Durk anyway. Yeah, I guess it's with how they having people enter in through the courts, but
My edges put a bag, I got a chopper on this motherfucker. I got my blood.
Please tell young boy to be back friends with me. Who? Address. Huh? Give me the address so I can go tell him.
Tell her that I'm on my edges put
yeah, man, it's just taking too long in between, man. I'm about to get the heck up out of here. I'm trying to get to the witnesses. I think they're gonna have OTF Jam on there, but again, it's 2:00, 2:15, so they got like maybe 2 hours left or hour and a half. Keffe D bringing his ass back out here.
Address outside the presence before bringing the jury in.
Top of the stage. No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring him in. Not ready yet.
I guess we should stand since they're coming in.
FYB J Main. That's the only person I know FYB.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, we're on cross. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
Mr. Ladd, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, it seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what there was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know.
Sorry.
And I'm trying to figure out there's another one out there besides End of Watch. But you share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
For instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right, I don't remember that, and there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017?
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. There's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah,
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories.
Right.
Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa. And you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically, we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book?
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was as a writer?
Yeah, she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, let's see, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. Do you recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair? Okay. In addition to that, you also have included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of it here is activated. It's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here for to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off and I know how to turn them on.
But let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the sale of each book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the sale of each book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. You recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we covered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this book here. You know, if I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed for the next in order.
Okay. What is the next order, Jess? D.
DD.
Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be a minute. Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
So you say it first.
Oh.
No objection.
So admitted.
Yeah, okay.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book, so showing you what's been marked as?
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes.
On September 6th.
Yes.
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house.
Yes.
Option for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
Yes.
So with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, no. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right. So let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So in terms of actual murder itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
What up,
so which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations,
Correct.
and so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
Two are up there.
Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification. State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
You got the old affidavit. What year is this from?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt, right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show right now. This is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from this particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
Okay. So unlike for instance, the Suge Knight ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. This indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was some the Excalibur Casino and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. It looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have had to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no,
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it was booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson. None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Duane Davis. Fair?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, or sealed.
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at.
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point.
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of it, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Denise. Remember that line of questioning from the state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it, you would have called Metro and say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair? Fair. Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that? That big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did. I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport?
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy. I'm sorry?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
so it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in what, 2015?
yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7?
No.
In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right. And in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed?
Yes, you want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend, Michael DeRoe, and they were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout?
No.
It was just over money and drugs?
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brim. And you're familiar with Darnell Brim?
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the Southside Crips, you had 2 different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glencoe faction with Darnell Brim.
Yes.
And then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs mostly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs.
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a little bit about Darnell Brim. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a Darnell Brim.
Yes.
Now, Darnell Brim is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And in the, with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Pyrus, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered, I think including the initial investigation here, as being part of the Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a Southside Crip member, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes.
All right. Once again, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr. Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah, but in terms of
KPD wasn't like that.
just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that, besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into?
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of a what they call a lowrider club in Compton.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you're not aware of. Let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your going back to your book, do you have anything in here like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it'll be a good warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be, have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was an LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of, Tim Brady was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened, but I can explain it to you if you want.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time, was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics. Okay. Now these guys were two 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our two captain and chief were exonerated. There's a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in one Hispanic narcotic officer was taken the narcotics and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city.
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right? And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. And that would also include how a person dressed. We talked a little bit about that. I apologize. Like, for instance, even like the way a person dresses and lives, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
no.
No. All right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that, did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of a gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob or with the Death Row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
As well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes. His entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay. But you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member?
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg?
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre?
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eyez?
He wasn't associated with that record label, I think. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Right.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he didn't. He was already older. He didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us a little bit of how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall. I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you seen her?
I don't recall. A long time ago.
Okay. But what would have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that. And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that there was this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Piru territory.
Piru.
You know if they were Piru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
Right. Now, with regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the 2 Piru that were shot the morning after Mr. Brim, do you know how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the 2 Piru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mob Piru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Piru affiliated, yes.
Okay, so 2 Pirus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Piru affiliate was shot.
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out?
Piru.
No.
Okay, and then the next Piru the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name, but I believe it was the 80 something South Ward Street. And
Was
that's
that
in Crip territory?
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
All right. And as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was against a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, let's say it. So if we go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips?
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing.
That's where the backlash came from.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall.
Yes.
And it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day?
No.
No. do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would have written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall?
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers, no.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to redo their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside. You recall anything like that?
I never heard anything like that. I just know there was a fight at the Foot Locker.
Right. You heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day? Nothing like that.
Don't recall.
So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight of Tupac and Orlando was in retaliation to what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shock collar, right? Now, a shock collar is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
Yes.
And you had said that the shock order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of the shock call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keffe D was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
besides the admission, you don't have any
Whoa,
actual
whoa.
physical evidence that supports that.
I'll be right back.
Correct. And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see if what he was saying was true?
as far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the Southside Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the Southside Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation of this case, did Keffe D ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know of.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Paul.
Yes, let's start where Mr. Sept left off. So, Mr. Sept asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder.
Did he have
the
any?
response was, his admission. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Sept asked you about you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Sept's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car. Who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells them not to do it, say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the Sheriff's Department.
Mr. Sept mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Sept mentioned that Mr. Sept asked you some questions about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the Southside Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the Southside Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
yes.
Correct?
3 cross, Mr. Sept.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, we'll get a clean copy for you, but a little bit.
Just a couple of things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was actor, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not, we're not really gonna knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here, you do identify Mr. Davis as Keffe D, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay. Let me try that here. You want my approach?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keffe.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keffe.
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keffe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did. No.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help. Yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with the gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point, it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives on in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then, you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there. That's all. I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what happened with Mr. Davis and I.
And fair to say again, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they can look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
We redirect, actually.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Objection to that speculation and.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so I'll sustain.
Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the Southside Compton?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Sam?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few.
Man, they still ain't solved this case yet. All right, we coming up on 6 hours. Y'all know I do got work in the morning. Mm.
All right, a couple questions. Got a lot of while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is.
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a pirate. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. So he did show some allegiance to the mob Piru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Piru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records. He was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage. Yeah, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Piru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
Yes,
As I say,
the shot caller's not there.
Tupac was an actor.
Then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they do.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said, Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, when he gets back, he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. So when they're out in the street gang banging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
Did the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department ask Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered mob pirate.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to mob or Southside, but just in the gang culture. What is, what type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you had mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is being part of a group that shot at shooters.
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's two of a lawyerly words there. Selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
As long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob pyro, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob pyro?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was it, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the Southside Conference?
Absolutely.
So that's the witness.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Sept?
That should be it, ma'am. Call it a wrap for the day.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. You are excused. Last witness for the day?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise to the jury.
1 p.m. We're talking about 1 p.m. tomorrow.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing to say.
Well, one thing. Mr. Sept asked if we should admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy from Mr. Sept to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be
WW.
WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so it's one trial down. All right, I'm trying to because it's already 12:30 and we got 6 hours, but I was trying to stay up long enough that we could see whatever the witnesses were doing over in the little Durk trial before I got out of here. Because again, I'll be gone Thursday and Wednesday night. I'll probably be heading up to my boy's crib before we leave on Thursday. So I won't be covering the trial Thursday and Friday. However, the chat 101. All right, so Trap Lord Ross does have some updates. He said Durk's iCloud username was Spot 'em Got 'em. It was a rapper, but it's kind of ironic. His name is Spot 'em Got 'em. That's his user iCloud name. Spot 'em Got 'em was a snitch. Let me see something. Durk's iCloud username was Spot 'em Got 'em. Durk screenshotted academics post about Quando's shooting in 2021. Now, there's nothing wrong with screenshotting anything, you know. I got a lot of screenshots also. The switch was confirmed as a murder weapon. Screenshots showed 5 shell casings flying through the air at the same time. Damn, I want to see that. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, these fools really shot up a gas station. Man, all it would have took was one pump to get hit. Now, it's not like a movie where you can just shoot a gun at the ground and it'll spark stuff up, but still, that's wild as hell. To be shooting at a gas station in broad daylight. They didn't think anything about that. See if Cousin Tino has updated anything. Nah, we ain't got no updates, man. We just sitting here waiting. But that is the trial. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. We'll go over I'll probably do a video of what the witnesses said because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be some interesting stuff. It's just I'm about to get out of here, man. I got things I gotta do as far as packing and getting on out of here. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys. This is day 7 for the Tupac trial. Officially day 4 for the little Durk trial, but it's day 2 in the courtroom, and it would have been day 9 for the Keffe D trial. But this is where we're at. We got 7 days in over there, 4 days over here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're putting in at least 40 hours a week on live streams, but that's good. Thank y'all, and I'll see y'all when I see y'all.